them little 3-footers.
Roger that. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's supposed to be one of those that you can mount where you're no ground needed or something.
Yeah. I call them a neighborhood watch antenna.
Roger.
Heck of a deal.
We got Sean. He's getting ready to move down here, aren't you, record owner?
Yeah, we still don't know exactly where we're moving to.
Okay. So that one place I was sent you that address, I guess that wasn't anything you wanted.
Yeah, I think most of them were out of our price range.
Roger. Okay.
Found one over Del City. We're shooting for it, but I don't know yet.
Roger. Yeah, I mean, lately it's just, as you know, it's just like you seem like all over the metro, just all kinds of gunplay.
Yeah, them little kids thinking they're gangsters, their pants hanging out and their ass showing.
Roger. Yeah. Playing around like gangsters, but shooting real bullets, doggone it.
See that 13-year-old downtown shot off his gun.
Roger that, yeah. Oh yeah, down around Scissors Hill Park, there was more than one incident, I think, in the park, and then on the other side of the Paycom Center. Yeah, I lose track of it.
Shoot, when I was 13, I was out there hunting birds and food, getting squirrels and eating them.
Roger that, yeah, it's like fried chicken.
Can't eat a person, I guess you could, but...
I'm sure, we got cannibals, they could tell you more about that.
I was always taught if you're going to shoot it, you better either clean it and eat it.
Roger, that's the rule I was told. I may have very well have saved some asshole's life.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody shot somebody else's dog because it got out. It was in their yard. I guess you saw the news footage. And I was just looking at that dog, on TV a minute ago, and that did not look like a dangerous dog, but the neighbor shot it. I think his lame excuse is, he was shooting at the ground down there by it or something, but he shouldn't have been firing at it anyway.
Where'd that happen?
I'm not sure exactly where at in the metro, but it did happen recently. It was kind of a white-looking dog. It did not look like any kind of dangerous breed. I doubt that it's dangerous.
What happened at Guthrie?
Guthrie. had surgery, had a shattered leg bone or something, but anyway.
Dang, dogs ain't even safe.
Roger that. I can understand sort of if it's a pit bull that got out and it may be a snarling at somebody. I can sure understand it. Like when I was out doing my running, if I had a gun and that dog that jumped up and bit me in the chest, if I'd had a gun, I would have capped that dog's ass.
No doubt.
I mean, that was a German Shepherd or something like that. So, a little more dangerous than that dog that got shot.
Yeah, I've had Rottweilers and Dobermans come after me. If I had a gun, they wouldn't have been coming after me.
Roger, yeah. No doubt about it. I wouldn't blame you, but that dog recently, I don't think it was dangerous.
Well, Doberman jumped over the chain link fence and come after me. I put my bike in between us, and it was running up and backward and out, back and forth towards me. It never got me, but I finally just slowly started walking away and then left me alone.
Roger. I've had encounters like that with dogs out running where I had to slowly move on, and I guess that's what kept that damn thing from jumping on me. But anyway.
Yeah, they say if you don't look at them, look in their eyes or anything, then it won't bother you. But shit, I didn't take my eyes off that dog.
Right, yeah, I was looking at it, I was cursing at it as I moved off. Now, a truly dangerous game, that might be definitely a different story, like, damn grizzly bear or something. Yeah, one time Baxter jumped the fence years ago, and the neighbor didn't shoot him. They rang my doorbell. They had him on a temporary leash or something, and I was just glad they knew where he belonged.
Yeah, I've had them come in my yard, but I didn't shoot them. I shoot them told the neighbor whoever they was, their dog loose.
Roger that. Yeah, this one dog in the neighborhood, I think routinely used to get loose, and it got to where it knew me, and so it'd come over there to me every time for me to pet it, and then it'd go on down the street a ways before she rounded him up. I knew she'd be coming.
Money Don was out there a while ago. He went in to go eat or something.
Roger that. Well, I guess he's over his shingle or whatever it was.
No, I think they're still messing with it.
Well, damn it. Well, knock on wood, I never had that. I probably have the cavity in my system, but it's never bothered me.
Yes, when it's in its full-blown glory, it's contagious.
Roger that. Well, if you invite me to a keg party over there, I don't know, I might have to politely decline, but maybe that won't happen. He probably won't have one until he's completely free of it anyway.
Yeah, a guy at work, when I I used to work at that engraving place. He caught him, and then the owner, so the lady, she had him real bad.
Roger that. Yep, I've heard enough horror stories about it.
Makes you wonder what they were doing.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. I'll be back at the refill.
Thursday it's gonna be cold tomorrow.
Yeah, see the temperature going up and down.
Roger. Yeah, we don't we have like a cold front on the way or something?
Heck yeah.
Says if it comes through, it'll knock the cap off. The heat dome will be gone, and then we'll wait.
Roger. The visitors of this state, one thing they say about us, they say every one of us are expert meteorologists.
I don't know about that.
I bet if you bring up that subject in a crowd around here, you'd probably have more participants than if you talk about some other more obscure subject.
Oh, 59 for a high tomorrow.
Right.
Isn't it a holiday weekend this weekend?
Maybe, or it's coming up pretty soon, isn't it? Is Memorial Day like the last weekend of the month, or what?
Sean ought to know.
I have to get up and look up the calendar.
Well, I'm glad so far we've had a good dice roll with May, but...
Yeah, they had some tornadoes up north. It seems like it kind of shifted. They said it didn't, but...
Roger. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, Nebraska and all northeast of there.
I hope nobody got hurt. Hope no property was damaged, but I bet they had damages. I guess we had some military planes that were in an air show crashed or something.
Yeah, 2 jets crashed.
Roger. But I think I understand the pilots are okay.
Yeah, I can't remember that town that was in air show. Weird name.
Roger. Something I never wanted to do was be a stunt pilot.
Back in the 70s, I was working in an apartment complex. I was young. And anyway, I was walking from one apartment job to another one. And I heard this jet going, making weird noises. And pretty soon, boom, it hit a house, blowed up.
Damn it. Sound like somebody might have died, but I hope not.
I don't remember.
I used to work for a fairly short time at Gulfstream Commander. Anyway, I was I was going to be out there on a flight line, but they had me in the factory helping to test these cables, these cable packages that go on those aircraft. Anyway, I got acquainted with Ken Cornett, and he was one of the test pilots, or one. I think he said he'd flown planes around, and he'd actually survived crashes before. But anyway, later after I left there, in the news, I heard about a jet prop commander that crashed down there at Eufaula, and he was among the fatalities. Him and this other guy who was the actual test pilot. They were both pilots, but anyway, I think they were testing one engine performance of it, and couldn't recover from a spin or whatever, and crashed.
Oh my, they should have went to Area 51.
Roger. Anyway, he told me horror stories, when I worked around him about that kind of stuff, and darn if he didn't get sucked up in one more of them. Yeah, I recognized his name. And I guess I'd probably been introduced to that test pilot, but his name did not ring a bell. But anyway. Yeah, I'm glad I left there. There's a chance I might have ended up coaxed into being on one of them flights, and so, yeah, no good.
Yeah, I think I'd pass. I give my resignation. I quit.
Roger. I finally took care of that one shrub, maybe I told you, and after the trash gets hauled off today, I'm going to see about giving the rest of that hedge a haircut. But right now I don't even have enough room for that stuff. time Charlie Delta would normally get on the radio. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, said he'd be out here this morning.
Roger that, yeah. Probably even have the Death Row Chomo show again.
That'll freak him out.
I think I hear somebody way out there, just barely though. I sure hope our city leaders figure out that we got a damn crime wave and need to do something about it.
Where's all these parents at that these kids are out doing this?
Imagine their parents are probably, I don't know, I hate to say it, drug addicts or otherwise some kind of criminal, and so I guess the result is, what you might expect from that.
That are working 2 jobs or in no telling.
Roger, yeah, like they're latchkey kids. Of course, I've been down there during the day, but it's not safe anytime, I'm sure. I don't know if I want to go back downtown unless I just have to go down there.
Yeah, really. But you can't be scared.
But some people probably stay at home all the time because they're afraid to go anywhere. Probably might have their groceries delivered.
Yeah, tonight there are going to be people down there. Thunder game.
Roger that, yeah. But because of the economics, I'm sure that the investors down there, they're not going to allow anything like that to fuck that up. So there'll be security just because of that.
I was doing security, I think it was at the Marion AC/DC concert, and somebody got shot in the parking lot, and they hollered, security parking lot. So, and we all ran out there, and nothing we could do. We didn't have no guns or nothing.
Roger that. Yeah, just run out there and be a target.
Like you had a bullseye on your shirt.
Roger.
That's what I used to do before I became a runner driver.
Roger.
Yeah, some of them were pretty good, but man, the AC/DC was too loud. 2 cannons popped out of the speakers and shot off in there. Damn.
Roger. I guess we got a more recent shooting, a drive-by, maybe you heard about it, Broadway Extension in Wilshire. Guess there were injuries. It sounded like probably not too bad, but anyway.
Must be a new gang in town or something.
Roger.
Yeah, I used to be a security guard out there at that big club out there on Shields just before you get to 27th Street.
Roger. And of course, it hasn't been long since that mass shooting at Arcadia Lake.
Oh, yeah. Like I had one down there around the ACOM Convention Center or whatever.
Roger.
With all the cops present.
Got 15 and 13-year-old criminals, doggone it.
That's what they're showing right now, the Broadway extension of rush hour.
Roger. In spite of that, the real estate prices keep going up. Well, I'm trying to Woodson Park. I guess they found somebody dead. I'm not sure where Woodson Park is. I've probably been there, but forgot the name of it.
Wilson Park between Southwest 29th and Grand.
Roger, okay.
Yeah, and that turned into a gay park.
Oh, I thought that was Trosper Park. Maybe they renamed it or something.
Yeah, Trosper's over there off east, between Eastern and Bryan.
Roger, I was looking for a bathroom one time, and I thought I found one, and then I figured out, oh no, a bunch of queers around here had to keep on shopping around for a spot to piss.
Yeah, Woodson Park, that's over here by my house.
Roger that. Oh yeah, they've got the pedestrian overpass going over I-44.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I had an accident down there one time going under that. Wasn't my fault, but
Yeah.
unfortunately somebody died.
Little, we used to take them out there and fly kites. I had a box kite. They thought that was awesome. How's it flying? I don't.
Roger that. So yeah, I guess I have been to that park and forgot the name of it.
Yeah, that was Woodson Park over there.
Roger that. Both sides, I guess, of 44?
Yeah. Yeah, both sides of the highway. Yeah, when I was working that security job out there at that car lot, I was working for Rattlesnake's Blood.
Roger that. And he was a police officer, Roger?
Yeah, ex-police officer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I started working for him, and that's how I got to know Snake and everything else. Well, I met Snake before he even started getting hair on his face.
Joe.
Probably knew old Mike Myers, Kung Fu, little bitty guy, knew Kung Fu.
Well, I guess that inspired him to learn martial arts.
He taught it somewhere. I don't know. He did some courses with some policemen, showing them a few moves, and of course he got in trouble when I threw him in jail a couple times. And yeah, he was my neighbor.
Roger that.
I didn't hear what you said.
Somebody's got weak audio. Strong carrier.
Yeah, I need a new radio.
I'm theorizing somebody might have tuned up your radio, and they turned the power way up, but didn't even think about the modulation. Like that Cobra 2000 I worked on for somebody one time, it was key, probably 15 watts, and that's right, the audio was almost not there.
I've always thought about doing crap like that.
Yeah. Somebody keyed up with like 15 dB signal in the red, and the audio just I can't even hear it really. I barely hear it.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like I said, my dad tried to work on the radio, and he didn't even know what the hell he was doing.
Roger, yeah, you can turn some stuff up too much.
Yeah, he was messing with all them parts down inside there, messed it all with.
Mercy. Well, I hope, did you say you took that over to Johnny Cash and he couldn't fix it?
Yeah, he already been in it once and trying to straighten it back up the best he could.
Roger that.
I can hear you fine, but it
I think right now it's just the receive on it's just a little low.
Roger that, yeah. Some of that stuff's beyond redemption.
I've been thinking about hooking it up, see what everybody thinks about it.
Roger? Yeah. Well, I know one thing, I try to look before I leap when I do anything to a radio or anything else I'm working on.
Okay.
Now, I know it ain't pushing very many watts, I know that.
Roger.
I think it's pushing 20 on modulation swing.
Roger. I think we got a cheerleader out there. On that note, I'm going to go get a refill.
Heck yeah.
What radio was that, Sean?
I know T-Berry I've got over here, base station.
Yeah, I bet. Them thing, that's about all they do is on the swing.
Roger. Still need to find the battery for that power mic that's on it. One and one, I take that little barrel battery, it's only like a 7-volt battery.
Dogs are barking at each other.
Yeah, and it's a 5-pin microphone. Good morning, Justin.
Hello.
Have a good day, man. I like this microphone real well.
Roger, sounds good.
Yeah, no turn +3.
Mine's wired up for a 6-pin radio, so I can't plug it into this 4-pin.
Roger. I got no 1011C sitting over here. It don't want to work. It comes on, but that's it. Yeah, I got no 1011C still trying over here. It don't modulate.
Yeah, I think them got tubes for the audio, don't they?
Yeah, it's tube type radio.
Yeah, probably a tube or something.
You got a tube type radio that does not modulate. I'm just curious what brand. You might have said and I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's Siltronics 1011C.
Roger.
I'm going to leave it behind too when we move up.
Roger that. Somebody will discover probably what they'll throw out if they're not a CB addict.
Mike, it was Rocky. He rebuilt them. I think he's got a couple of them.
Yeah, the radio don't look bad. It also even got an old school desktop Johnson microphone on it.
Yeah, ask Rocky when he gets out there. He might come by and get it.
Well, it sounds like it takes a high impedance microphone.
I know it don't have no modulation to it.
Roger. Well, like was mentioned, that modulation tubes probably.
That came about 60, 70 watts, but I couldn't get it, you got to tune those in, and I couldn't get it to tune in.
Roger. I have worked on tube type radios, but usually not, but I've fixed a Pierce Simpson one time.
Yeah, I tried to mess with it as much as I remembered of it, because I've used it before, and yeah, it didn't want to do anything. Yeah, I was trying to pick up the TV and turn the microphone back in here. There we go.
Roger that. About what year was it manufactured?
Oh God, I couldn't remember to tell you.
Anyway, I guess back in the 60s, apparently.
Yeah, probably.
Pretty sure I've got a service manual, but some of my sans books are missing, but not that many of them.
Yeah, the book to it's right here somewhere.
But you're going to leave it behind when you move, you say?
Yeah, I was planning on leaving it behind. There's several others, some old Navajos and everything.
Roger. Well, if you want to get rid of that stuff, I might be interested before you move.
I had a friend of mine I used to work with. They gave me two Midland mobiles.
Roger. Yeah, on the Midland mobiles, I bet the ones with the O2A chip.
40 channels.
Roger, yeah. Sound like either they got that or a more advanced chip.
Well, he even gave me an old striker antenna.
Roger that. I think I've got one of them. I somehow acquired. I got it in the garage.
That makes two of them that I have now.
But I'm sure you're taking your T-Berry with you.
Oh, yeah. I actually had it first and then sold it to my dad for him to use. And then after my dad passed away, now it's mine.
Roger that. Well, I've worked on one of them for this guy in Shawnee and got it all up and going for him.
Heck yeah.
I don't know what happened to the radio because he passed away, but anyway.
Yeah, T-Berry's got extra channels in it and everything.
Roger, well, this one had been channeled out, but he wanted that removed, and I gladly took the extra channels out for him, but it had other mods in there that messed it up, which I had to undo some of that, but got it talking good.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember I had I think that's just about the same as a Cobra 142. I borrowed a tripler crystal out of actually a unit in Washington that I had. Anyway, it had other problems, but I didn't know that until later. And anyway, I got it running, and then it had a problem finding another crystal, but I purchased one from the governor a few years ago, and that got it back going, and I discovered the original problem was weak receive, and fixed that too. But anyway, I'm sure glad I found that crystal, and yeah, I sent him some money. He wouldn't take any money, but when I went up to get it, but he got money later.
Yeah, I got a couple of drivers down here blowing my ears out.
Roger that. Yeah, we got several of them tube-type radios in the garage, like Pierce Simpson, I believe that's the brand, and Guardian or whatever. I think I've got 2 or 3 Guardians out there.
I think it's the white-faced Johnson Messenger.
Roger, I got a white face out in the shed. You can shake it and hear, I guess, the crystals rattling around.
Well, this one had extra channels put in it too, but it's no 23 channel.
Oh, okay, a little bit later model, all right. I had one of the original, white-faced and black-faced Johnsons. I've still got one of the white-faced Johnsons. It needs work.
Yeah, so does that one. I was thinking about leaving it behind too.
Roger that.
I know it ain't talked in years.
I guess you've heard how you can, I never done this, but you can rewire the transformer or something in one of those Johnson white face and maybe the black face, and it'll put out significantly more power. I guess originally it might have been a business radio or something on some other frequency.
Heck yeah.
My uncle used to have a black-faced Johnson, but anyway, I'm not sure what happened to that radio, but I guess he got it new. It looked really good. And of course, that was way back in the day, and I think you probably did buy it new.
Almost time to go jump in the mobile.
Roger. Sounds like you got a good number of radios that you don't want.
Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 Navajo's I've checked out. They're not working. And that old Johnson, that old Siltronics.
Roger.
I haven't even looked at that Johnson. Shoot, I don't even know when the last time it even hooked up.
Roger that.
I think that microphone that's on that Siltronics is the microphone off that Johnson.
Roger. Yep. Probably a high impedance mic. And I've got some pace microphones, stock microphones, new old stock mobile mics. They're high impedance, and they actually have a static mic element in them. But anyway, I may do a modification to more modern radio to accept a high impedance mic and just see how that works.
Very good. Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, 102. Morning, morning.
Morning, 102.
Hey, what's going on? Time for some coffee.
I've got maybe one cup left. It's almost history.
I turned my scanner antenna into my TV antenna last night.
Roger that.
Worked out really well.
Whatever works. I've got a little dipole TV antenna. I mean, it resembles a kind of a weird-looking butterfly. I got it hanging on the wall. It seems to work fine. Originally, it had that tiny little coax cable, which was, of course, 75 ohms. I replaced it with a much bigger one that because it was damaged, but so that seems to work all right.
Yeah, 10
Still the same impedance.
The colors on this TV is way more vibrant now.
Cool. I'm glad I'm fairly close. I guess we're all pretty close to the transmitter, so I've never had any problem with reception.
I went up Walmart and bought one of those like 100-mile range antennas. It was like a square piece of paper you put on your wall. And that did all right, but I figured I'm not using my scanner antenna anymore, and it's outside up in the air about 20 feet, so I tried that. Sure as hell worked great.
Roger that. Well, this antenna I've got was left behind by somebody, and like I say, slightly damaged, so I fixed it and I've got it pressed into service.
Hopefully we'll get some rain today.
Roger, hopefully no tornadoes or hail.
All right. Come on, driver. Turn that fucking blinker on.
No doubt about it. In the land of the free, home of the brave.
I think he's in the Mobile now.
Yeah.
I know you're right.
Or maybe we have another big DX day. But not yet.
Okay, we'll do, no doubt about it. We'll see if I can working good.
Well, they've got the downtown area looking nice in most areas. They just need to get the criminals out of there.
Oh, we're right, that's for sure.
There's a whole bunch of overtime tonight.
I hope they don't have any incidents.
Yeah, they got that big thing going on down there tonight, don't they?
No doubt.
Hopefully there won't be no shenanigans down there.
Roger. Well, cross your fingers. think they're going to have a rebel's funeral today.
Right, Joe. In Tahlequah or here?
I think it's west of here, actually, out close to El Reno.
Found that body in Norman, huh?
What's that?
Found a body in Norman.
Oh, they found another body in Norman.
Yeah, just one the other day. I bet they find out it was an overdose.
Roger that. I know every once in a while down there and here they find bodies at the railroad track that have been run over. Of course, I guess when that happens, I'm sure that they stop the train and emergency people come out there. But anyway, it's probably suicide by train. I don't know about anybody else, but I give them damn trains a wide berth.
I don't know how you can be walking on a railroad track and get hit by a train accidentally. I just don't get that part.
Rogers, yeah, it's hard to imagine. Down here in Moore, it happened with this young girl, so I don't know. It's hard to imagine her, committing suicide, but maybe she did, or maybe she's on drugs or something. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, my buddy said maybe she had earphones on. I don't know, man, because those suckers are so loud, you're still going to hear them and feel them.
Roger, yeah, maybe she did have something in her ears, but looks like she'd still be kind of looking around, but maybe she had her back to it.
Yeah, but that body they just found in Norman, if you watch the video, there's a lot of homeless tents around where they found the body, so I'm guessing it was a homeless man, probably an OD.
Roger that, yeah. Yeah, I've heard in the news how they've got homeless down there now, and I've gone down there and seen them, like, driving down 35. I look over and sometimes see tents not very well concealed over there in a clump of bushes or evergreens. Got a brake check carrying out there, sound like. I guess we got more and more female welders, but whatever, if they're doing a good job.
Well, hopefully the quality control people are on par.
Joe. like one of my relatives is a welder, and I think he has some kind of lung disease because of it, maybe black lung disease or something. Hope you can't get that from soldering.
All right.
Old Bob Mills is looking more shriveled up by the day. Good morning, Jeremy, if you're out there. Haven't heard you in a while.
Well, that's Monday, more coffee.
Well, my coffee is history around here.
I noticed that Folgers coffee, it don't taste like it used to.
Smells like rubber burning.
There's definitely something different about it.
Semi pulled up. He was mad. The coffee place around the corner didn't take their load. It was big old coker sacks full of coffee beans. Hadn't been roasted yet. I was like, what is that? He said, coffee. Throwing them off there. He didn't know.
Yeah.
Bought a bunch of beans from somewhere and then couldn't unload them.
Life is too short for bad coffee. I don't think I'm buying this Folgers anymore.
Tootie, yeah.
Yeah, I packed all of my toys up last night and put them away.
How come?
I didn't want to make anybody mad, and I realized that I've been playing them a lot. I don't know, I can understand somebody getting upset about that, but I just figured it'd be better just put them away for a while.
I guess traffic's moving smoothly. I have not heard otherwise. All or Nothing on Channel 19.
I'm getting a few little drops on my windshield.
Raindrops? Come on.
Yeah, boy, right on.
Well, that's the start.
Have not heard rattlesnake yet either.
Check that old trailer, you get where you're going, your sprinkler ain't working too bad.
Everybody's waiting for the rattlesnake show to start. That is Johnny Cash show.
Yeah. About that time, huh? I didn't know me on here before now.
It looks like somebody had more than a fender bender there.
Seen a house yesterday over off the 44th with an Anton right on top of the roof.
What got on the roof?
Anton 99 stuck right on top of the roof. Didn't know there was anyone around here with an Anton other than me. I guess not.
Roger. Well, I'm not sure who that would be.
Not sure either. I've been trying to figure that one out.
I mean, in Dale City, I think on 44th Street, I might have seen an Antron, but anyway.
I thought everybody out here that I talked to on the radio generally runs beams.
Oh, not all that many in comparison, I mean, to the total number. I guess anybody knows it's a pain in the ass to put a beam up and a tower and all that, but I did it.
Did you see those two F-22s collide?
Roger, I saw the footage, and I think the pilots are okay. They bailed out.
All four of them got out, but man, what a waste.
I hate to hear it was F-22s. I thought something earlier vintage, but anyway.
I just saw the video for the first time. It looked like they collided.
Roger, I think they did, but I thought it might have been like F-15s or maybe something even earlier vintage. I didn't know. I've been to air shows and I saw a fatal crash happen out at Will Rogers one time. The director of the air show, his last name was Jones. He was flying that plane. It was a Russian plane, and its engine failed. He stalled out and didn't have enough altitude to recover, and hit the ground, burst into flames. I was probably, 200 yards away from the impact.
I saw the footage of a jet crash, and the pilot ejected and landed right in the flames.
Damn it. I guess he died, or did he survive?
I'm not really sure. I lost it at that point, but I'm not so sure he survived because, he was literally right in the middle of the wreck.
Roger, that's too bad. I'm not completely in favor of air shows, at least performing any stunts that are high risk. Maybe something that's a lot lower risk, but anyway.
I like the stunts and so forth, but I generally like racing more.
Roger.
The Red Bull air races, those are pretty cool.
Thanks, driver.
Yeah, weather sure has been crazy around this country here lately. Mic check, mic check. I hope everybody's okay, driver.
Yeah, everybody's alright. We got the window down.
Thank you there, Tiger.
No rattlesnake this morning.
I was wondering if he didn't go to work today.
Yeah, really.
Damn, it's quiet out here.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning, Noah.
How you doing?
Good, but the coffee's gone.
Oh, damn, time for a refill.
Drink more coffee.
I wish I owned a coffee pot.
Just read a shooting spree in Austin.
Morning, Scorpio.
Come on, Nova. Good to hear you out there. Hope everything's going well for you.
Oh yeah, just taking my twins to school.
Roger that. Well, I hope they're excited to be going to school.
They're not really.
Roger. I guess they're probably about over with their school this year, aren't they?
Yeah, end of the week.
Roger that.
Yep, 21st, I know of from us kids.
Yep, 21st.
Yeah, I'll drop mine off.
That's where I'm heading now, dropping mine off.
Yeah, mine goes over here southeast.
Yeah, mine come over here to old Doug.
Thank God he's the last one I've got in school.
Do what? Is it supposed to rain this morning?
When I still have in school.
supposed to have weather this morning?
Yes.
I guess I'll be loader. There's a lot of moisture in the air right now.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of moisture in the air. There's a lot of humidity, man. It's rough. Well, that sure's done. Now back to the Barbarossa.
Yeah, I'll get some sprinkles on my windshield.
Let it rain, let it rain.
Really, I'm ready for some rain. Actually, no, I'm not. I got a yard to mow. If it rains, I can't mow it.
The popcorn.
Well, hopefully we'll get some more skipping here today, and I can fill up my map.
Yeah.
25, you guys got a semi and a four-wheeler.
And they're always wrecking right in there.
Out of those 3 wrecks, I wonder how many are involving the semi-truck. And it got quiet.
Well, yeah, a lot of times it's the four-wheeler's fault too.
I know, I'm not blaming anyone. Yeah, but semi-trucks are more often in accidents due to, well, four-wheelers are the big part. They just won't get out of the damn way. I mean, cut them off and every damn thing. Seen it myself, I mean, hell yeah. And people on four-wheelers just believe that semi-trucks can stop on a dime, and it just don't work that way.
No. That's working. Yep, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Buffalo, what do you got going on today? Heck, I don't know.
Like me, I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
Probably just watch the weather, I guess.
Yeah, driver, if that's you on the radio check, you need to turn your audio up. You're throwing a dead key. A little bit. Might come up a little bit more.
be back. I'm gonna go get something to drink.
Yeah, 10-4. Driving, your signal is real good, but your audio is down now. Yeah, Roger. Got quite a bit of echo in there, too.
You might want to jump over on Eastern. They got a big truck running through the pole. They're up there just south of I-540.
Semi-truck running into a four-wheeler. Imagine that.
Front 35, you got a trooper coming up on the shoulder of the hammer lane on just north of the 122.
Hey, Scorpio, if you're still out there, I just saw that video again on those two planes colliding. I'm not really sure what the hell kind of planes they are, but I don't think they were F-22s, though. I might be wrong, but from what I saw, I don't think so.
Yeah, come on back.
Well, the shit hit the fan somewhere. I think a train collided with a septic truck.
Shoo-wee.
That's a shitty deal.
Looks like a green mist there.
Hey, southbound, you got one coming up on the inside shoulder about the 161.
Up there just south of 35. Got a big truck and the poles are tied up on the lane there, Murphy.
We also had a Swatch watch brawl.
northbound, you're going to want that left lane. Middle and your right lane is going to be closed off. Looks like a semi and a little quarter deck forward.
Mile back up there.
Hey, northbound, you're going to want that left-hand lane, your two inside lanes, or two middle and slow lanes is going to be jammed up right there about the interchange.
Bound, you're going to hit your brakes about 240. You need to be at the hammer light about 25th.
Rocky, if you're out there, northbound's jammed up. Better get ready. Yep.
What?
Yo. Go ahead, yo.
What's going on?
Just hanging out like a biscuit.
Damn right.
Fantastic.
Yeah, everybody was out here a while ago. I guess they all went to work.
Unfortunately, that thing does exist.
Gizmo knows.
Wish we could all live like Gary.
Is that you that came back to me a while ago? Does this mic sound better than the mic I was talking on before?
Who's that?
Charlie Delta.
No, it's Gizmo.
Gizmo?
Yeah.
Well, I think you came back to me a while earlier. I had a mic on there and I changed mics. Does this mic sound better?
You sound a little bit quieter.
It definitely got a more natural tone than before.
Oh, great. Well, this is has a lot of noise canceling in it, so maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, it's damn clear though.
It's clearer than that other mic?
Yes, sir.
Great. Fantastic. Yeah, this is the Ranger mic.
Yeah, it's the same thing I run. I got a Ranger 400.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that other one was a 7.
Yeah, another one seemed to pick up a little feedback. This one's nice and clear. You can hear you like a dream.
Fantastic. What's your 1020?
I'm over off the 240 and kind of over by Inland Truck Parts across the highway.
Oh, yeah. I know where you're at. That's about 89th and Student.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Fantastic. I had a hard time getting my antenna out last week. Finally got it up yesterday. It's a lot of, and I had to do it right in the middle of all that wind. So you're on here most
every day in Vietnam?
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I am. Maybe even for a few minutes, but I don't know. I try to get on there when I get out and about.
When you get out of what?
When I get out and about.
Oh, I see. So, are you retired?
Am I what?
Retired.
No, I think I'm retarded, though.
That's all I was going to say to begin with, but I just wanted to say all that stuff. So, yep, I'm retarded and retired.
No, I'm actually heading right now.
They will let you go, and thanks for the comeback there, Gizmo. You'll let you again from that. This is Charlie Delta, right?
10-4, have a good one. Well, I'll let you later. Well, I think I'm over there. I'll let you later.
There was that station out in Mustang yesterday, I heard. Break. 102, are you in there this morning? .47, are you in there? Probably not. You probably went to work, Roger. Say again? Somebody walked on me. Say something about 15. How about that station out in Mustang? I heard you yesterday. Charlie Delta calling.
lanes. You got a semi with hay bales on it, hit a four-wheeler there in the right lane.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, they're trying to get the car out of the way, but like I said, just didn't take this left lane.
I'm moving out of the way. 10-4.
Just a normal Monday in Oak City, right?
Yes, sir. Every fucking Monday. Every morning almost, it seems to here. Yeah, and all day on Fridays, usually the same bullshit.
Yeah, right. Oak City, just the new Dallas. Wrecks and traffic. Wrecks and traffic.
Fucking moron. Dickhead.
Okey doke.
Got here just before we come to the stop.
Info.
left off.
He's on the fucking phone.
Stop that right here. We're going that after. That red flash up. Good one.
Good morning on this fine, windy Monday morning. Well, that's hard to say.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there's a wreck right there, northbound.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Multi-car accident on northbound right by the river bridge. Unless there's another one. That's the one I heard about.
Yeah, they're not paying attention.
102.
Well, they got to get retrained every Monday.
That's you, 102.
Hammer down.
Breaker 19.
Go ahead, Breaker 19.
Who we got here?
This is old Rocky out here at his Pipsqueak Mobile.
Oh, Rocky, this is Charlie Delta. Trying out this new antenna today.
Roger that. I don't know where you're at, but well, I don't have much of a signal on you.
You say you don't have much of a signal?
Who is this now?
Charlie Delta.
Oh, good morning, Charlie Delta. Yeah, I'm up here about 27th Street and I-35 northbound.
Oh, okay. I'm down here. Oh, at
Did you hear where he said he was, Buffy?
89th and Sooner, I think.
Okay. Well, I got some bleed over up here, Charlie Delta. Got got a little bleed over up here on the highway.
Roger that, yeah. I wish I could get out a little further.
Well, are you at a mobile?
Negative, I'm on a base.
Roger that. Well, how high is your antenna up?
25 feet.
Well, it really needs to be about 37, 38, 40 feet, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go get some more pipe. How they say it, lay more pipe.
Yes, sir. I used to lay pipe pretty good, but not anymore.
Me neither. No more. Have you heard the 102 in there?
I don't know if 102 is in here this morning or not. You heard him, Buffy?
Yeah, he was in there. Scorpio and Record Diver Sean and Gizmo.
Yeah, I talked to Gizmo.
Well, it's got a blown tire on the trailer.
Gizmo pulled into his work 20.
It was on the right side. You got 7
Go ahead, radio check. What do you think, 10-4? You want to come back? I can hear you're real weak. What's your 20?
Well, Buffy, what's your plans today? Have you got plans to go watch the weather?
Yeah, I'm gonna hide in the tub.
Well, that sounds like a safe place to be. Well, traffic was moving pretty good till I got out here by Crossroads. Now it slowed down.
Backing up, they're backing up.
They're acting up and backing up.
Hey, Rocky, you got a wreck at 15th and I-35, but it's off on the shoulder.
Hell, that's right before the river bridge. There was another one there, too. I don't know why that area right there always has an accident, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a big truck and about 3 vehicles, 4 vehicles, something like that.
Just right in that area, everybody's jockeying for position. Well, that'll give me a good excuse being late for work anyway.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Was Doc out here this morning?
No, I hadn't heard him.
Maybe he's fixing his antenna. Didn't he have a problem?
Yeah, something went haywire.
Saw that damn power he's running over. He's trying to compete with KOMA.
I don't know about that.
Go left, young man, go left. In a van down by the river.
All tweaked out in the desert.
Tweaked out in the desert in my 4-day first cage with this qualified, certified equipment.
Yeah, if you don't have it, you don't got nothing.
Ain't got none of that integrity. You heard your buddy this morning, old timer? Time to get out of bed, old timer. 8:20 a.m. on Monday morning. Come on, get sober, get out of bed.
All right, Joe. Catch you later, Rocky. Starting to lose.
Take care. Have a good day. I'm going.
check.
It's working.
Yep, looks like it is taking the needle out.
You got it on that rudder? You got it on that rudder?
This weather feels like it's about to get shitty.
Where'd you go, Dave?
You know, this bar is like 2, 3, 4 cars ahead of us. It's not speeding up. I'm just slowing down what we can. So he's trying to get around somewhere. I appreciate you letting me over there, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, about it, Charlie Delta. You out there?
Out there earlier.
Oh, was he really? How's his radio? Do you know if he ever put his antenna up or no?
Yeah, he was saying he put his antenna up yesterday and he switched over down this morning. Yeah, so I gave it back to him.
That's 10-4. All right, man, I appreciate that. Big time.
Charlie Delta here, go ahead.
Charlie Delta, is that you?
Rod Jones, Living Color.
Oh, yeah, you sound a lot better than you did, man.
Who is that?
That's 102.
Oh, Roger 102. Yeah, well, you sound better, too. Yeah, this thing's speaking about, I don't know, 8 or 10 watts.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, you definitely out there way better than you were.
Anything with it. I think a clothes hanger would have beat what I was on.
Yeah, you're probably right. You might want to turn up your audio a little bit if you can, your mic gain, but other than that, yeah, you're doing good.
Got it on the floorboard.
Oh, is that right? Okay, yeah.
Everybody told me not to do that, but that's like at 1 o'clock. Oh, that's down at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, what kind of antenna? The same antenna? You just put it up higher?
Oh, no. I got a, Rio, something like that. It's a ground plane. 20-foot, what do you call that, center point.
4, yep.
This thing sounds better by 1 o'clock. Better like this wide open.
Yeah, put a little more. Yeah, if I was you, I'd run it wide open. At least that way I can hear you better.
Roger, could you tell the difference there?
Say that again?
Here it is on,
Yeah, you just lost your audio.
Now she's wide open.
Yeah, I believe it right there. It sounds good right there.
Okay. Roger that. Well, we missed the rain yesterday and what have you. They say it's going to do it today. Mid-proposition.
10-4, yep. Hey, make sure you keep your mouth close to that mic, okay?
Roger that. How's this?
Yeah, that's way better, way better. Yeah, if you back away from your mic, I can't hardly hear you.
Okay, roger that. Yeah, it's got a little guard on here that is made for you to put your mouth right up there. This is a Ranger mic.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, it sounds good as long as you keep right where it is right there. Sounds great.
Okay, great. Am I putting a pretty good signal out?
Tee up for a second and I'll tell you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're giving me about a 7 right there, which ain't bad considering.
10-4. I don't have my glasses on. I don't know what this hit me with.
Well, considering you were only giving me a 1 to a 2 before, you definitely did something right.
Yeah, this antenna has hardly any SWR. The needle, the noodle just comes just barely off the peg when I test the SWR.
10-4, yep. Well, you sounding good. Congratulations, and I'm glad you got that done.
Me too. It was just a miracle. A neighbor came over and cut my back 40, and he said, "Oh, you got your headset up." I said, "Well, no, I don't have it up." I said, "I need to take this one down and put a new one up." So anyway, he had some things to do, and he did that and came back later, and we put her up.
Oh, yeah, sounds good, man. Yeah, you got a good neighbor there help you out like that.
Oh man, I don't know what I'd do. I don't have that much strength anymore and stuff. I'm good ways past 70.
Yeah, I was worried about you, man, having to get out there by yourself and put that antenna up in your condition and all. But yeah, I'm just really glad you got it done now. Glad you had somebody there looking out for you, you know?
Roger that. He's a dang good neighbor. He won't even let me pay him for cutting my grass. He's got a big John Deere lawn tractor.
Yeah, that's a good person right there.
I made him take some money, though, yesterday. I said, just take this for gasoline. I said, if anything else, I said, that gasoline, they don't give it away nowadays.
That's right, that's right.
102, what's that guy's handle out there in Mustang?
Yeah, that's 1378 out in Mustang.
Yeah, I don't guess I could get out that far, could I?
It just depends, because he's got a beam antenna over there, so he can pretty much lock onto you. So you just have to give him a shout and see what happens.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'd like to do that. And I figure with this antenna I can shoot a little skip.
Yep.
I've done that in ages. I lived in Wichita, Kansas at one time, and I got a hold of a Cobra 1088. And I had a D104 mic with a voice compressor box, and that thing would smoke. I talk everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like you had some fun with it.
Oh, yeah. Yep, it had, like somebody had put in there the 23A, B, and the C channel.
Yeah, Roger.
But I just had a little old bitty Radio Shack ground plane. It was probably, I don't know, maybe 20 feet. And, of course, it made a good ground plane. It was right on top of that metal roof on my mobile home. And I think that's one thing that did it, but I talked all over the United States.
What kind of radio are you running right now?
Cobra 25.
Oh, yeah, good radio. And your power supply is what, about a 10 amp?
30 amp.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll definitely push that radio.
Yeah, it pushes about 3 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I know the formula for power supplies.
Well, it's good to hear you finally out there where everybody can hear you now, you know.
102, are you retired?
Yes, sir, I am retired.
Good for you. I am too. I've been retired for a long time.
Yeah, 10-4.
I spent 20-some years in the Air Force and then worked another 23.
Well, thanks for your service there, brother.
You're welcome. And I really enjoyed it, except the last 2 months of my service. I had a first sergeant that stayed on my butt, and that was not fun.
All right.
But he got to meet, what's her name? Karma. He got transferred to Italy, and he's a big old boy, and he was really on the deal about if you were within a pound of your max weight, he would be on you like a duck on a June bug. And anyway, he got over there. He had a guy, had a sergeant sign off a waiver for him. He got over there overseas, and they said, nah, that don't flush here. And then he got it, his kids got him into some trouble, and they discharged him, and he lost his retirement.
Wow, sorry to hear that. Hey, have you been able to get a hold of Scorpio yet?
Do what?
Have you been able to get a hold of Scorpio yet?
No, negligee.
And next time you hear him out there, give him a shout. See, I'm pretty certain he should be able to hear you now.
Oh, he should. We'll yell at him right now. How about your 747 Scorpion? Yeah, hung too wow. I think somebody said he might have had some problems with his, had too much fire in a wire or something.
When was that, today?
Yeah, I don't know who it was that said that, but I think they were talking about 747.
How about radio check? Come on.
It's working, radio check.
10-4. Appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime, man. Yeah, Scorpio, he was out there a little earlier today, so yeah, I haven't heard nothing about any problems, so.
He'll be back in here, I guess. I talked to him the other day, he said he didn't work. So, where did you say your 20 was, 102?
Yeah, I'm southeast Oklahoma City.
Oh, I am too.
Part of, whereabouts are you? Over by the Crossroads Mall or something like that?
Well, a little further east, about Sooner Road.
Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah, 10-4.
Are you closer to the Sooner, or Crossroads Mall?
No, I'm on the corner of Southeast 59th and Bryant.
Oh, okay. Are you over there in that housing addition?
Yeah, Roger.
I used to live there when I first moved here. I lived on Creekwood Terrace.
Wow, I know exactly where that is.
Had a nice little house there, and it was at 5213 Creekwood.
Roger.
Well, heck, I'm going to see what this weather's going to do. What do you do for giggles?
What do I do for what?
What do you do for fun and giggles?
Oh, I worked on radios and just kind of putter around and worked on stereos, played the guitar, the drums, just everything.
Oh, wow, my daughter's a musician.
Oh, yeah? She's single?
No, she just got married about, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 months ago. And she started doing music when she was 13. Picked up a guitar and just about taught herself. And she now plays 6 different instruments: the flute, cello, keyboard, synthesizer, 12-string, 6-string, and she lives in Denver though. She's had, 4 bands, Her current band's called the Midnight Marionettes.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, I prefer the drums myself. I'm better on the drums.
Yeah, I used to play the French horn and the cornet.
4.
I got to where I played a little bit of guitar. In fact, I got a guitar that just sits here. I've been thinking about selling it.
What kind is it?
I forget it. It's made in North Carolina. I'd have to look. I'll look at it again sometime to tell you.
10-4.
It's got a little thing in it that you can put a 9-volt battery in. It has a pickup for an amp. And you can put a 9-volt battery in there and then these little built-up plug-in headphones and listen to yourself play.
Yeah, I run mine through my surround sound stereo system.
Wow, that'd be neat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I also have where I can walk outside and play the guitar and still hear it from the inside of the house, yeah. So it's pretty cool. I don't have the cords on it.
Right. That's fantastic. Yeah. If you ever see anybody needs a radio, I got a little, what's the name? President Thomas, brand new in the box. I paid $75 for it.
I've never heard of that one. A President Thomas?
Roger.
Is that straight 40 channel?
Roger.
You shouldn't have any problem selling that being brand new, though.
I'm looking at it here. It's brand new in the box.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, let me check with a couple people I know, see if I can help you out with that.
Roger.
Yeah, I've got this one here I'm talking on. I paid $250 for this one. And then I also have a brand new Cobra 29 LTD Classic sitting underneath that. And then I have 2 more underneath my bed.
I know how that is. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking on an Anytone 5555 plus.
An Anytone 55 plus?
Yeah, it's 4 5s. An Anytone Quad 5 plus.
Oh, Roger that. Yeah, Anytone makes a lot of different radios.
Yeah, it's a 10 meter.
Oh, the one you got, the 10 meter?
Well, yeah, it's 10 meter modified to 10 and 11, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about now, 11 meters.
Yeah, I'm talking on a 11 meter on a 10 meter radio.
Roger. So I see those over the eBay all the time that are 10 meters. If you got one of those, you could talk on 11 meters, or you have to have someone fix it.
If you get a 10 meter radio, they generally have to be modified for 11 meter too.
Can you do that?
Yeah, that's easy. That's real simple.
Great. What do you do? Change out a PC board or something?
It just depends on the radio. Some radios are different than others.
Roger that.
This radio here, I didn't even have to open it to modify it. I did it all on the outside of the radio.
Wow, that's great. What did you do? Just flip a switch or turn it on?
Yeah, it's a programmable radio, so I just programmed it.
Oh, roger that.
Where'd everybody go?
You're getting off on 142nd.
Well, I'll get back with you in a bit. I gotta eat and stuff.
Yeah, somebody stepped on you, man.
Well, I gotta go eat and stuff, and I'll get back with you here in a little bit.
All right, man. You have a good one. We'll be out here.
Let's go.
Be careful out there, Charlie Delta.
That's who I thought that was.
Hey, you said you buy stuff from eBay? Yes, not. That's one thing I would never do. I wouldn't buy anything from eBay.
Oh, there, Big Daddy.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Stop up there and find a finger on the shoulder and load the jar.
No, you know.
still there?
Hello.
What was that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this the 102?
Roger.
102, what does your any code put out? How many watts?
45 watt swing. It does 60, but I got it turned down a bit.
Oh, roger that. I was just looking on the email and I saw some, what was it? Quad 6 and any code.
Yeah, the quad 6 ain't bad. I like the quad 5 better.
If you had a quad 6, is that easy to convert to 11 meters?
Yeah, you can do that.
Can you do it on the outside of the radio?
With the quad 6, I'm not sure, but it ain't that hard to do even from the inside of the radio. I mean, to me it's easy. I don't know about, someone that's not familiar with it, though.
Oh, yeah, well, I wouldn't be. Got to turn some screws or something?
That's a little more than that.
Well, I know a little bit about electronics. You change resistors or you capacitors or transistors, etc.
No, you don't change any of that kind of stuff.
Well, I know they have little tuner cans in them. I forget the exact name for them. They're made out of a ferrous material. You have to have a little insulated screwdriver stick down in there and turn it.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't go messing with your pods. That'll throw it all off.
Oh, I know that. I did that back, when I was young, real young, and I screwed a radio up.
Well, if you get one and you need some help with it, just let us know, okay? I'll help you, or I'm sure somebody else will, one or the other.
Yeah, I would. I could give you a ring and go like on the two-way here and get with you. I think I did see a quad 5 on there.
Yeah, it's called a Anytone 5555 Plus.
Right. Yep. It reminded me of that little boy that was on the internet I saw here a while back. He was afraid he was going to lose his cat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was on a talk show and the guy said to her, I see you got your cat there with you. He said, what's the deal with that? And the little boy said, well, I'm afraid I'm going to lose him. And anyway, the guy on the talk show said, well, what makes you afraid you're going to lose a cat? He said, well, I heard my dad talking the other night through the wall. He was talking to my mother. He said, I'm going to eat that puss tonight.
Aye.
Yeah, can you imagine what that little boy thought? His guy was going to eat his kitty cat.
Yeah, boy, I don't know.
I laughed till I couldn't stop laughing. That was so funny.
Yeah, I thought Scorpio would be out here by now.
Yeah, about at 7:47. may be cooking a pot of stew or something, getting a boat ready for the rain.
Sorry about that, driver.
Yeah, this anytone was $250. Well, I've got $267 into just the radio, and another $145 into the microphone.
So, Roger, did you buy your stuff locally or on the internet?
I bought mine from Copper Electronics and Well-Taught Radios, brand new.
Are they here local?
No, they're on the internet. One is in, I think it was Iowa or Illinois, and the other one is in Kentucky.
Yeah, roger that.
But yeah, I don't ever buy anything used though. I always buy my stuff brand new. I never buy anything from eBay and probably never will.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, that's good. Years ago I got to where I'd never buy a used car. I always bought a new one.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I am. I don't pay payments or nothing. I just buy it outright. It's cheaper that way.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. And anymore, cars are more expensive, but they'll give you a lot more for your trade-in. Well, I still haven't made me something to eat. I gotta go eat. My stomach's telling me that somebody cut my throat.
Well, I'll be out here. I usually am off and on all day, so yeah, just give me a shout.
Roger that, 102.
Right, have a good one, man. Hey, go ahead.
I was hoping you didn't come out and get in the wrong yellow truck.
Look up largest unique collection in the world. That's me in Pennsylvania. That's me. This is me. And it is for sale. And we got a TV shop that would be a collector. I mean, you would pull people in from miles away just to see it. But I can't display it like it should be displayed. Yeah, I remember you. You still got my number? Yeah, if you look up on the internet, it's under Randolph.
Take my break. Y'all have a good day.
My phone number is 717-753-4844.
If I remember right, this might be pretty tight. It's right turn, I think. It's real tight.
753.
I was thinking it's benefits.
That is correct. All right. I'll talk to you later then. All right, my friend. I'll talk to you later. You have a good one. Take care. Drive safe.
Now, don't jump on me too bad, but does anybody know why flags were at half-staff today? The American flag at half-staff. So is it something recent, or they just never changed it? Anybody know?
Unless they know someone that passed away, we don't know unless we wind up flying half-mast.
Or maybe you said you know where the TV shop is. I just didn't realize. There must be a secret or something. I'll watch the national news and see if they can lie to me about what it is.
Ask Google. L-244, Gunslinger, Brad Go, standing by for short. Yeah. Hell yeah, I've heard so bad. I'm sitting here just sweating. I mean, my clothes are wet because I was sweating so bad. Having a quick smoke, huh?
It's pretty quiet out here for a Monday.
Damn, that's what my truck motor sounded like this morning.
Yeah, about a 244.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this mic sound okay to you? This is another mic.
Yes, loud and clear.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Radio. What lane do we need?
Hey, Walmart, I'm in a bad mood. Sorry about that, brother. I'm just in a bad fucking mood.
Is that right? Oh, let's get right away.
Hello.
Operator.
Too quiet out there today.
Well, I heard too bad starting any shit, so.
Yo, audio, 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 audio. Right there. Break check.
Ain't got enough butt. I'm waiting for it to catch up. Oh, that's brake check. It's a nice morning. It's still too much wind, but it's still a cool morning. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad out there. I got my door and windows open.
It'd be a good day for it to air out your house, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't keep your windows open around here too long. You just suck back and suck all the goddamn dirt out. Radio check. It working. You got a copy radio check. Now check your own damn radio.
Check.
Dodgy.
How about that low boy dragging that link belt? You got it on? Go ahead. Look like your chain over that boom's a little loose, bouncing a little bit.
I appreciate it. I'll pull off. I'm headed towards Tuttle. I'll pull off up there and check it.
10-4, I just didn't want you to run across one. Want to give you some issues for it. It didn't look like it was real loose, but it was bouncing there.
Alright, yeah, I'll pull over up here as soon as I get off on the 37 and take a look.
10-4, be careful.
Appreciate it, guys.
Just like getting
Oversize here. Oversize, catching the oversize, got your ears on.
Yes, sir.
Captain, we're on 22, we're taking a right up here.
And on 24 right here.
Good Captain, you're with us then? I'll be on 22, if you need to. Let us know when you want to come around if you need to.
Get on that right way again.
Yeah, boy.
right, Mama. Step one more to the right. All right, step one more to the right, Mom.
Clear.
Yeah, looks crappy. All right, Mama, step left.
Go ahead. Looking for exit 107, about 7.5 miles.
107, okay, stepping right.
Come on.
Should be the one that goes right there to the Loves.
Yeah.
They just call me Lover Boy. Watermelonpussy.com. On Tuesdays, we got the chicken fried nigger pussy tacos. Buy one, get one for $1.
You're good.
That's right, for $1, Shaquito make you holler there, 10-4. That's right, this message has been brought to you by the High Class Nigger Broadcast Network. I'm your host with the most, the head nigger in charge on the hill. I broadcast live from my Cackalack Spookdeville.
Your lips are prettier than a $20 whore.
You sir, go back to that if you want.
All right. If it don't taste like watermelon with a hit of fried chicken, send it back to where you got it from. Watermelonpussy.com. Yeah, been a while since I heard that one. Come on. Supplies are limited. Get them while they last. Our big booty dripping white bitches are going fast. Well, if they're dripping, we don't want them. That's right, watermelonpussy.com. You hungry driver, check it out. Get you some watermelon pussy up on the hill. You have a good weekend out there. Worldwide head nigger in charge, living large on Watermelon Hill, waving to you from my duck-plucking Cackalack Spookdeville. Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Worldwide nigger in charge up on Watermelon Hill. Click, click, bump, bump. Yeah, that gets rid of the skip. On Watermelon Hill, been a long time since I heard him. Daddy, I'm almost there. Harder, harder, harder. Oh, yeah.
Alright, coming up on 107.
Get your finger.
Come on, Daddy.
Beat that radio. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you still there, butthole.
Strike your radios make you so horny.
Go ahead.
They say you sucky, sucky long time.
Hell, I got these cars driving through. It's got these funny looking boxes on the hood of the front of the car. Come on, about 3 or 4 of them.
quiet.
Yeah, it's damn sure quiet out there now. Too quiet. Makes me wonder what everybody's up to.